Oopsie. Okay. New game. Normal.
One year has passed since the third energy incident.
Okay. Okay, wait. Let's go. Let's go. Great. Dun. One. Dang. One hit. A small one. Okay. Take it. $2,000. Oh. No. I'm not wasting ammo. Oh shit. Oh, shut up. Run. It's not here, okay. No. No medicine? Okay. Okay, we go with the car. Dun. What? Three. Yay, no damage. Max combo. Oh shoot. I forgot about that. What the? Ah! Ah! Okay. I'm out of here. Ah. Ah. Wrong. Hmm. Ta-dum, ta-dum, ta-dum. Mano. Dead, okay. Jump. Bye bye. 3 shots. Great. Stand up. I hate those birds. What the? Ah. Eight. 11. Oh, they don't give me extra money for that. Okay. Let's go. That's your way. That's your way. No one. Okay. Triceratops. Okay. Stay away. Mad. I hate those guys.
Come on, stop playing around.
Blue. Oh no. Okay. Hello? No one. Ah, didn't kill him. Run. 'We're back with Dylan. '24. '24. Oof. Good. Wait, what? It's close? Ah, here. No damage, yes, 10,000 points. You again. Wait, where is it? There it is. Goodbye. Ay. Stay X. What the? Da, 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 da. T-Rex. Right? Yep. Jungle, North Route 3. Ah! Interesting. Okay. 2000. Max combo 3. Three. Ah! It's okay, it's the other Pikachu. ¿Qué demonios? What the? Ah. Really? There's nothing here, right? No, no. Ay, ay, ay. There you are. I'm going to close this. Here. Hey, no. Go inside. Go. Good. Stay there. I'm going to buy more bullets. Stay dead. Okay, let's go back. Ah, almost. Oh, there's another one. Should I kill him? Ah! That happens to me because I'm being an idiot. Oh, I don't have. Okay. Great. Just great. Over here. The map, I don't remember where I am. Okay, now I see. Ah! Oh no, this is closed. Ah, should I remember where? Stay extinct. Oh. Ah! Stand up, my God. Da 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 da. Ah! What the? Ah, no combo. Where I'm supposed to go? There. Right, now I remember. Big guy is here. Hehe. Oof. Going to save just in case. This is almost complete. Ah! Not enough. Back with Regina. Oh, dang. Wait. I don't remember where I'm supposed to go. Ah, here. Ah. Move. Okay. Ah. What's that? Huh. You can avoid their attacks. Ah, shoot. Stand up, come on, Regina. Is a file? Ah, it's a file. Ah. What's the password? What's the password? $14.52. $40.15. $20.52. $45.21. What? $23.50. Ah. None of here.
Warning, object blocking elevator shaft. Emergency shutdown.
Triángulo para saltar. Yoo-hoo. 6,000. I don't like aquatic levels. Ah! What the? Oh. Oh. Ah. I'm going to save just in case. Let's go. What the? What was that? Hello? I should heal. 14 shots. Okay, oof. I almost leave without that. Come on. I don't like this. What the? Come on, come on, come on, come on. I don't think he can hit me there, right? He cannot. Mario. There you are. Ah. Okay, Dylan. We are back with you. What? Oh no, I don't have the grand. Ah! I didn't buy the... the mine thrower. Of course. Chain mine. It's increased. Just in case. Hey! Shut up. Ah, great. Lakeside. Okay, there is no mine. Okay. Let's go. Bye bye. Ah. glows. Ah boy, no, it's not here. Okay, at least I got this. I know combo. Why the hell? Great. Giant. What the? Stand up. Come on, Regina. Really? What a mess. To save, just in case. And we go. where I'm supposed to go. Oh my god, you guys. Ah, no. Yeah. I need a key. Not the birds. Okay. Ah, my god. Ah. Yeah, too much space. Ah! Hey, let go! It's hard to... I don't know how to do this. Facility, keep that. But I have it. Alright. What was that? I got hit instantly. Here we go again. Hello? Okay, only 3 times. I forget it about it. Cockpit. Oh, Regina. Now I have to go to the poison place. Where is it? Ah, there. Okay. $65. Not good. What the? Ah. Stand up. Oh my god, stand up. Ah. Here we go again. Ah, shoot. To the right. 17. Ah. Didn't work. I saw a video on YouTube. Oh boy, this is bad. Ah. Hey, hola, ¿qué tal? Empecé el Dino 2, estoy continuando el Dino 2. Solo me faltan estos 3 trofeos. Ah, shoot. Odio esta parte. El 1 ya lo hice para Play. Acá lo que me falta es esto, terminarlo en normal, que estoy haciendo eso ahora. Ya voy a acabarlo. Y comprar los los dinosaurios en el Dino Coliseo. Y matar a un... Matar a un ultra velociraptor. Vamos, ya falta poco. Uf. Twisted Metal. Ah, sí, el Twisted Metal ya lo completé también. El Hedon. No, para nada. El Twisted Metal Head-On es el más fácil de todos. Y sus trofeos son recontra fáciles. Bastante fáciles. Hay una versión para Play 2. Así que supongo que lo van a sacar también para eso. Es que la versión de Play 2 es mucho más completa. El último que salió fue para Play 3, creo. Twisted Metal. Que era como un tipo de reboot. Y de ahí sacaron una serie. ¿Estaba en Netflix? No, no estaba en Netflix. Estaba en... Ay, no me acuerdo en qué. No me acuerdo qué era, pero salió la serie. Sí la vi todo. Yo diría que está bien, pero tiene un toque más humorístico. Yo pensé que iba a ser esto... algo mucho más serio y oscuro. Live action. Live action era. Por si acaso voy a comprar una munición de escopeta, pero acá no necesitas de escopeta. Está para mirarlo, es como una combinación de Twisted Metal 2 con Twisted Metal Black, más o menos. Porque apunta más a la comedia, pero sus diseños de personaje, al menos de Sweet Tooth, es de Twisted Metal Black. O Twisted Metal Head-On. Está jugando el PS6. ¿No? Ah. No hay speedrun acá.
Activating anti-satellite. Operate control panel to open communication line to satellite.
A mí me conviene porque soy malo con los speedruns. Ah. Recovery. Ah, era al otro lado. Ay, qué tal. Parasite Evil, solo jugué la 2. Es la única que he jugado. Me gustó.
Communication line is now connected.
No, o sea, el juego en sí es bueno, no hay duda de eso. Pero no sé si el estilo de juego es lo mío, porque es como RPG, algo así, ¿no? No, el juego es bueno, definitivamente bueno. Ahora que me acuerdo, lo jugué varias veces. Porque lo bueno es que puedes rejugarlo y vas sacando más y más cosas y más cosas. Y sí, me lo jugué bastante. Ay, Dios, este tipo es increíble.
Target is set.
Ay, se me ha bugueado ese desgraciado porque no tiene sentido cómo es que me atacan. El 2 te gustó y el 1 es muy diferente. Ay, adiós.
Commencing attack.
La 2. Ese es el problema cuando estás con tus juegos y empiezas, por ejemplo, jugando, no sé, pues, imagina que empiezas Resident Evil jugando la 5, digamos la 5, ¿no? Y después dice, voy a probar Resident Evil 1, te vas a aburrir. Es mejor empezar por orden cronológico. Se acabó. Ah, no puedo skipear ya. Pero solo conozco la 2, la 1 no la he jugado. La 2 me acuerdo que eran 2 CDs. Eso sí.
Are you alright?
Yeah, we don't have much time left. Let's use this gate and get out of here. Whoa. Paula! No! No!
Ah, ya, está completando. Lo hice en...
Paula.
Dylan, what are we gonna do? If we don't go now, we'll never get back.
A ver.
Regina, the gate is open. I know you don't want to.
Un momento, voy a...
Back by yourself. I won't leave Paula.
Are you crazy?
Just go, please. You have the third energy data, right?
Vamos.
When you get back to our original time, use the data to learn about third energy. Then build a perfect gate and come pick us up for the last time.
Dylan. I will.
No puedo hacer nada para nada. A ver, con el Resident Evil me pasó lo mismo.
You still owe me one.
Yo jugué la primera que
Better get back quick.
jugué fue la 2. Después me conseguí la 1 y nunca la terminé. Creo que el primer Resident Evil lo encontré muy difícil. A ver, rápida porque sigo con esto si ya lo terminé. A ver. El primero que jugué fue... El primer Resident Evil fue el 3. Me asustó, no lo compré. Después me conseguí la 2. La 3, después el Survivor, al final la 1, pero... Empezaste por el 1, sí. El problema era que se me acababan las balas. Y o sea, el juego era muy diferente a la 2. Y daba otro tipo de miedo. A pesar de que sus gráficas eran más sencillas, daba un miedo diferente. Tal vez porque la mansión era pequeña, pasillos angostos, y eso sí que me aterraba. Yo después pude pasar el juego en la PlayStation 3, porque me había comprado el Resident Evil Anthology. A ver si lo tengo acá. Sí, me había comprado este de acá, el Anthology. O sea, te compras el Resident Evil 6 y viene ¿dónde está? La 1, la 2, la 3, la 4, la 5 Gold Edition y la 6. Eso es lo que me había comprado. Y ahí por primera vez me lo pasé el Resident Evil 1. Y ahora sí lo juego normal, no tengo problema. No, esto no venía en el disco, venía disco y sus contraseñas para descargarlo por internet. Cada papelito tiene una contraseña atrás, si no me equivoco. Sí, todo descarga. A ver, ¿hay algún Resident Evil que no me haya pasado? No terminé Resident Evil 6. Lo tengo y nunca lo terminé. Me pareció más... no sé. Como que estaba medio aburrido en realidad. Como que estaba fuera del lugar ese Resident Evil. No es bueno para mí. Ahora, ¿será peor que el Resident Evil 3 Remake? Eso sí, no tengo idea. Lo que pasa es de que el juego empieza un tanto interesante, parece de terror, sitios oscuros y todo, pero de pronto se pone pura acción y yo me quedé, no sé. Y se pasaron de malos con el Quick Time Event, eso que tienes que presionar el botón y esas cosas a tiempo. Empezaron a abusar de eso. Estuvo bien en el Resident Evil 4, pero de ahí ya se fue para otro lado, no sé, no me gustó eso. Logré hacerlo de los Resident Evil, los dos. Sí, tiene muchas campañas, pero al final es muy repetitivo, pues. Vas, disparas, vas y disparas, vas y disparas. Y se hizo muy ¿cómo decirlo? Muy global. Lo bonito de Resident Evil, al menos de los originales, es que todo sucede en un pueblo. Entonces como que me hacía sentir más creíble la historia. A veces me ponía a pensar, ¿qué pasa si de verdad pasó en un pueblo? Y como es un pueblo es fácil de borrar y nadie supo nada. Pero después cuando se volvió muy global, no sé, se sintió un poco extraño. Por ejemplo, la 0 era una mansión, la 1 en una mansión, la 2 en un pueblo, la 3 en un pueblo y la 4 en una isla. De ahí la 5. ¿El Silent Hill? Uff. El Silent Hill solo me falta esto. Me faltan dos y es conseguir los dos. El rango de las 10 estrellas. Eso sí está complicadazo. Ese es speedrun, pues. Cierto. Menos de hora y media. No sé, algún día lo haré, pero no me gustan los speedruns. No es lo mío. Oye, para el Special Edition logré hacerlo del leaker que tienes que apuñalarlo y solo tienes que tener tomar bien el tiempo nada más. Ah, sí. Si fallas balas te penalizan, pero a veces como que el personaje no quiere apuntar. No sé qué pasó con esa cosa. Ok, para el Resident Evil, para el Dino Crisis, Coliseo y Ultra Velociraptor. Bueno, los Ultra necesitas buena arma, pero as a explanation, it looks like I did a launch site after the win. Late game. No, esto es en modo normal. No dice, ¿no? No dice si es normal. Finish game is total except without unlimited. Finish game in the fastest time. 1 hora. Bah. Resident Evil Anthology. Parasite Eve 1. ¿Cuál es algún día? Ah, Dino Crisis. El problema es que tengo que farmear. Bastantes puntos. Puente humor dinosaurs. Extinction. A ver, vamos de nuevo con lo del... ¿Dónde me quedé? This game contains scenes, violence and gore. Farmear. Ah. ¿Qué pedo con ese? ¡Ah! Esto, a ver, es lo que quiero ver, no me acuerdo cuánto necesito. Diablo, como aguante este. 10.000 puntos. No, es que los puntos los necesito en el juego. ¿Cómo compro más? A ver, ¿cuántos puntos me faltan? No, es que es que nada. Ay, no sé cuántos puntos me faltan. Solo me acuerdo que tenía que... Ay, que tenía que comprar. ¿Cómo está? ¿Dónde está el menú para comprarlo? Buying dinosaurs. Ay, no. Mhm. Pero ¿cómo lo compro? Creo que tengo que terminar el juego. A ver. Ah, no puedo comprarlo acá. No me acuerdo dónde lo dejé esto porque... Si pedí 24 minutos. ¿Por qué no puedo entrar al menú de compra? Dinosaurs. Bye bye. Con Atlas, los archivos. How to buy. Okay, how to buy. otra crisis. No sé cuántos puntos necesito. Tal vez tenga que volver a jugar en modo difícil. Sí, parece que tener un nuevo de juego en modo coliseo. Coliseo. Modo inglés estilo coliseo. No tengo manera de comprarlo, bro. Oh. Sí, no va a caer así nomás. A ver, el grandulón. Epa. Ah, puedo moverlo. Ok, pero ¿cómo compro? ¿Tiene opciones? No. ¿Cómo buscar? Ah, no, tampoco no me deja. No. Venga acá. Y no points. Ah, vamos a ver tal vez por acá. Lo termina. Tienes el esto. Extra credit. Ah, y ahí recién te permite. A mí me faltan 2 nomás, creo. O sea, pero logró farmearlo de una sola... ¿Cómo hice eso? Ah, lo farmeo desde ahí. Desde acá. Desbloqueada. So you don't have to do this. You don't have to do this one time. You can use the continue option. Finish game. Tengo que terminar 2 a 3 veces el juego. A 3 veces. O sea, si ya hice lo del Resident Evil 2 para sacar al bendito Tofu de nuevo acá. Wow. Solo que en este caso tendría que farmear lo más que pueda. Estaba con cierto. Con él. Ahí en modo difícil todo cuesta mucho más. 36.000, solo tengo 8.000. Es el comienzo del juego, creo, ¿no? Sí. ¿Qué es lo que tengo? Ah, tengo arma infinita. Ya ni siquiera me acuerdo qué es lo que tenían, ¿eh? Ah, ya. Tengo que ir a conseguir la batería para el... Pero, ¿qué más tengo? Platino. Aparte tengo que conseguir matar a los Ultra Velociraptor. Pero no dice si se consigue en modo normal o modo difícil. ¿Está acá? Ah, sí está acá. Ya. Ay, cuántas balas. Ah, shoot. Ah, que me ha golpeado y ya perdí mi... He perdido mi... mi racha. $6,740 puntos. Sube. Ah. What the? Ah, no. Peligro. Ah. La verdad que no me dan ganas de continuar jugando esto. Por ahora. Ahora el Ultra Velociraptor. ¿Cuánto he jugado? 244. Tekken, Silent Hill. Twisted Metal. Zombies. Vale, 9 días y 1 hora. Voy a avanzar un poco. Ojalá me salga. Pero si tengo todo infinito ya mejor. Debería comprarme esto que no tengo. 36.000, me faltan 28. No necesito ampliarlo porque ya tengo todo. Machete mejorado ya. Había que terminar el juego en cuanto a 1 hora 50. Hora y media. Adiós. No saltes. Allá. ¿Cuántas balas necesito para este? Tipo 180, 60. Ya. 10. Saqué 5 y no tengo daño. Ah, ahí está. 11. ¡Guau! Y si disparo más cerca, más puntos. Así que debo hacer más daño. Tiene un punto blanco. O sea, no disparé nada. ¿Cómo es? ¡Ah! Mira, ay Dios santo. Ahí, suelta. Chistoso. Vamos a reiniciar esto. Ajá. Ah, ¿qué pasó? ¿Por qué? Ah, con el cuadrado también puedo. Venga para acá. What the... Ah. ¿Sabe qué? Voy a hacer un pequeño cambio. Voy a jugar, pero el aburrimiento me va a matar de una. Así que Estaba viendo unos videos. Voy a estar jugando y viendo videos al mismo tiempo para no aburrirme. Ya vi este, pues de verdad. Vamos a videos de Crash. ¿Qué quieren esto? Entonces, captura de ventana, no. No, sí está bien. Vamos a poner acá. Esto lo achicamos. Lo voy a poner un poco más grande. No, no puedo.
Hey,
What?
I was thinking.
¿Por qué me parece así? Ah, cierto. Ahora sí. Como que va a tapar un poco la pantalla. ¿Qué hace reviews? Sí, hace reviews de algunos juegos. Así no me aburro con esto. Pero va a ser muy repetitivo. A veces cuando juego el Euro Truck Simulator, a veces pongo videos para no aburrirme. El problema es que va a tomar un espacio en la pantalla. A ver. Sí. Reviews. Mayormente veo videos en inglés, ese es el tema. Y sé que hay algunas personas que no manejan el inglés. Pongo esto. No le va a dar. Está tapando mucho la pantalla. Tal vez esto de acá. Cerramos esto. Si lo pongo así muy chiquito. Ahora vamos a hacer una prueba primero.
Redesigns always suck, don't they? I mean, of course, we do have some that end up being more popular than the original, like the guys from Team Fortress, Doomguy, or Samus. But to be completely honest, their designs weren't that good to begin with. Hurts me to say that about the original Doomguy, but that shirt hole to show his six-pack just makes me feel off. But most of the time, any redesigns end up with a lot of backlash from fans. I mean, of course it would, right? You play a game your whole life, you have your memories from when you were a kid built around that character you love, and then boom, whatever this is. I get it. But you know, some actual very good games end up being passed as bad simply because of its main character design. I might get crucified here, but DMC Devil May Cry is actually my favorite in the series. Yeah, I get it. Not the Dante you want, but the gameplay and the music in this game is unmatched in my opinion. And in this case, we're gonna talk about not one game, but two that I think got the same treatment, even though they are good games. Crash of the Titans and Mind Over Mutant.
Sí, está muy pequeño para verlo, pero si lo agrando,
Crash of the Titans starts with a cutscene showing Cortex and Nina shooting an animal, which then becomes Crash, forced to work but soon to rebel against them. They then use the same weapon to turn other animals into monsters. with their mission being to destroy Crash. We then get a cutscene of Crash, Coco, and Crunch chilling their island, but are interrupted by
Como que le tengo que subir el volumen un poco. Vamos a ponerlo a 6, a ver.
Cortex in a cutscene that I still believe to be pretty funny.
Is this thing on? Yeah? Ha-ha! I'm back, babies! Surrender to Cortex!
Mika, sucker!
Hey, genius, I can't actually hear you. I'm really far away, and I'm flying like a hovercraft or something.
Aku Aku and Coco are captured, Crunch is frozen in place, and goddamn Crash must have the strongest arm I've ever seen in my life.
I'm just gonna stay here a while.
Already, you'll see that this is definitely not what you're used to with classic Crash Bandicoot. Instead of a long linear level, you have open levels that give you a lot of room for exploration. You can hit things in your way to collect mojo, which is used like an experience meter, and every time you fill this...
Ahora que me doy cuenta, a mí no me sube el volumen, pero creo que sí lo estoy subiendo al stream. Pasamos a 25.
This meter, you learn a new move.
Ya, yo era el problema.
And the first move you learn is called Old School, the spin attack. I remember a lot of people being mad because of this, but honestly, I think it's a good way to teach players how to do that move. It's the first unlockable in the game and you learn it in the first few minutes, so it's not like you can miss it or anything. The first level has Ratnicians who work for Cortex, and you can usually catch them off guard talking about random things. It's actually pretty funny and you can always find enemies doing this throughout the whole game. It definitely gives you a good impression of the world being alive instead of just having enemies in your way waiting for you.
But how can those rodents be a threat compared to us rodents that are lanky and delightful and oh so nice? Well, allow me to educate you, my uneducated little chump. Bandicoots, a medium-sized marsupial omnivore from the order Paramelamorpha. Obviously, yes, everyone knows that. But what most people don't know is that Paramelamorphia creatures are immune to mojo control.
And talking about that, the humor in this game was something that I actually really liked. Being from Brazil, I didn't understand a single thing about the story in this game or what they were talking about as a kid. But playing it now, it can actually be pretty funny. It does have some childish jokes from time to time and also some adult ones.
Thank you, Master! Replace me? My name's on the stationery. Thank you. What? What do you mean? Thank you again! Higher than the first! But Dr. Cortex, he's our friend! You don't have any friends! He always kicks you in the turkey and others! Gentle spots! But I liked it when he did that!
Ya sé qué tengo que hacer. Vamos a correr. Estas propagandas me van a matar.
It was kind of fun.
We find Aku Aku in the forest, and we have our first encounter with the mutants in this game. They are the modified animals we saw transform in the first cutscene of the game. They are stronger than your average enemy, and whenever you hit them, they grow a meter on top of their heads. When the meter fills up, you can press circle and take control of that enemy. This is the main selling point of this game and the thing you do the most. You get different titans that have different attacks and power-ups, so for example, this is Spike, the most basic one. It has its basic attacks, which is a combo, and its special attack is making spikes appear from the ground around it. But you have a lot of other titans to pick from, like the Sludge, which can vomit, go underground and hit enemies. or E-Electric, which is a ranged titan that can hit enemies from far away. Every titan is different, and I was actually impressed by the amount of them that are in the game. You keep playing and they won't stop showing up until the end of the game. There are 13 in total, and it even has variations of the same type of titan. They also work like in classes too, so for example, there are levels that you have to jack a smaller titan so you can beat a bigger one and control it. It's actually pretty cool stuff. The story is that Cortex and Uka Uka are still in Mojo to create an army of titans that will be used to make something called the Dominator to destroy the Wumpa Islands. In the meantime, you also meet other characters like Engine and Tiny Tigger, which for some reason got Mike Tyson as a voice actor.
Crash, I really am cross with you. I'm just trying to do my job and you go and cause all this chaos. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to eat your face.
Uka Uka gets mad that Cortex failed to destroy Crash, so he replaces him with Nina Cortex, which is Neo Cortex's niece. Nina then brainwashes Coco to finish the Dominator, and now you have to go stop them. The diversity on the levels is pretty impressive, considering the game only takes place around the Wumpa Islands. You would expect to only see jungle and grass everywhere, but there is actually some progression happening in this game, where you start on a level of one type and slowly see it change into another, giving an actual feeling that you're going through a huge world by walking through it, not just skipping levels. And the visuals, just wow, it is actually impressive for a PS2 game to look this good at some points. The game did come out on the Xbox 360 too, but I don't believe the PS2 was left behind. There are some great views from time to time and even some good camera work to show it. Each level also has some minigames hidden inside of it, where you can enter a separate room and do some challenges to get unlockables, which there are lots in this game. Not only concept art, but even skins for you to use. You get different skins by jacking enemies and completing the game, which is pretty cool, and it can also work as a reason for you to play the game again, so you can unlock more. The music for this is also pretty awesome, and every single song perfectly fits the level you're in. But some of the songs are pretty forgettable, and you won't remember they exist after finishing the game. But even still, they fit the level like they were supposed to. In the end of the game, you defeat Nina and save Coco. The Dominator falls on Wumpa Island and Cortex and Nina flee the place, with Neo promising he'll be even more evil next time. The Bandicoots celebrate and Crash talks for the first time in the series.
Oh, Wumpa Island! But our stuff's okay. Now let's go home and eat pancakes! Pancakes!
¿Por qué le dieron voz? Eso lo malogra todo.
Did I mention that the game also has co-op? Yeah, grab a friend and pick this game. You will have a lot of fun with this one. The second player also plays as White Crash, and it doesn't affect the story at all, but that's alright. It's a very fun game and it shouldn't be overlooked. And for the sequel, I remember not liking this game as much when I was younger, specifically because I got stuck in the middle of the game and couldn't get past it for the longest time. Crash Mind Over Mutant takes place right after the last game, with Cortex leaving Nina at Evil School. He then joins forces with Embryo, who invents a VR headset that can turn animals into monsters again, because it worked so well last time. You start again in Crash's house, and you are free to roam around the level. You get a cutscene where Coco is trying to fix the Dominator to use it as a multimedia system, but she needs different parts to fix it. So your first mission is to go around Wumpa Island gathering them for her. The gameplay is basically the same as the last game, but with some small differences. probably to fit the new style of game that this is. Instead of going through each level like the last game, this one is open world. You can go wherever you want, whenever you want. You are introduced to a new mechanic, which is to spin on top of holes to dig through the ground, but it's just a gimmick used in certain places of the game. After you get back to Coco, you get another cutscene, an ad for the gadget created by Embryo that can do anything you need.
Yes. Now I have more time to devote to my hobbies, like falconry and classical cheeses. Thank you, ND, for giving me technological bliss.
Call now and you'll also receive neckbeard in a can. Got a problem? Spray some hair on it. Stare into the dancing lights. Stare and dream. Stare and dream. Get your NV today. Soon to be available everywhere but Arkansas.
Okay, the humor is still pretty good. You get the gadget through the mail, and while Coco and Crunch are having fun with it, Crash and Aku Aku can use it. They get attacked by Engine and go after him to make him leave the island. But meanwhile, Coco and Crunch get mutated by the headset, and now you have to go save them. By beating them up. You have your first boss fight with Coco, and she finds a video of Cortex's evil plan, by looking at his blog. They betray Uka Uka so they can take what they call bad mojo from him for the headset. From now on, you supposedly should be able to play co-op with Coco, but for some reason in the PS2 version, you can only play as White Crash again. Crash, Coco, and Aku Aku go after Nina at Evil School, so they can get a lead of where Cortex is. Again, you can go through a lot of different places here, and even better than the last one. The sense of progression is really great. Going from location to location makes the world feel alive. Now, even with different NPCs scattered around the world for you to talk to.
I'm the architect's assistant, by the way, and I'll be acting as translator, as he doesn't care enough about you to form actual words. The architect says, during your brief stay, be sure to enjoy things like indoor plumbing that you're probably not used to.
You find different titans in this one. It's the same overall amount, but they all play different either way. I didn't mention this before, but in the first game you couldn't jump if you were riding one. Now every titan can jump, and Aku Aku can even save one for you for whenever you want. So if you have a part where you want to play as Crash or a different titan, but you don't want to lose your special one, you can press R2 and store him. If there's one thing I can say that I didn't like about this game, is also the open world. While it is pretty awesome to explore levels however you want, it is very easy to get lost. You will be walking back and forth through the same parts over and over again, and the game even jokes about it later on.
I will use my power to let you move around quickly. You dummies probably walked everywhere.
Yeah, real funny, dumbass. There's an excruciating amount of walking in this game, and it can be very boring if you're not the type that likes exploring. The graphics are still very good, better than the first. The game looks very pretty and colorful, but at the same time, it seems like they overlooked some of the things that look pretty bad, like some 2D textures for the background. I think they hid those things better in the first game, so I'm not sure why that happened. I also checked the Xbox 360 version of this game, and it also has the same textures. Weird. The music is still pretty good. I can't say I like it as much as the other game, but that might be nostalgia talking. They also fit the levels pretty well, they just didn't stick with me as much as the first one. Like I said before, I didn't finish the game as a kid. For some reason I got stuck in this part, but all I had to do was speak to this guy and that was it. I don't know if I was just extremely stupid or it was a bug, but I swear I couldn't move past the invisible wall here. You join forces with your enemies from other games that got betrayed by Cortex and even Uka Uka, which, well...
Oh, that's unsettling.
And guess what? Little Uka there's looking hungry.
You gross, it's dirty! I'll get my revenge for this Cortex!
Yes, revenge. I wonder what the milky machine, Magoo, Cortex out.
You find out that Cortex is in his space station. You prepare to confront him, and to make himself stronger, he drinks a potion and now you have to use him to destroy his own station. You defeat Cortex and the ship falls in Wumpa Island again. So basically the same as the last game. However, this one abruptly ends, so I think even they weren't expecting a sequel to this one. Overall, this one has a lot of things that are better than the original, but also a lot of things that push it back from being better than it. The way they tell the story by using various different art styles is pretty awesome. The graphics look better most of the time, and the gameplay was expanded to give you more freedom to move around and use more than a Titan at the same time. However, like I mentioned, it can be pretty boring to just walk around the same places over and over again. Most of the game you will be doing that, and it took me 3 times longer to beat this one than the first. But unlike the first, not because there were so many levels, but because you had to repeat them over and over again. I think it's definitely worth checking these games out if you can't get past the fact that they gave Crash tattoos and Aku Aku isn't Square anymore. I would definitely recommend you to get a friend and pick this up. It can definitely kill a whole afternoon and it's definitely fun to play. But yeah, I guess that's it for this one. If you enjoyed the video, make sure to leave a like. It really helps me a lot. And as always, thank you so much for our new members, Box HCS 23 Streets and Watch Kitty. Becoming a member is the best way you can support the channel for now, so really thank you so much. And yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Take care.
Disfruta de tu ropa por más tiempo, usando Clorox Ropa 4 en 1 en cada lavado.
Uf. Pensé que me moría. Ah. ¿Qué pasó? Tienes que grabar a cada rato, si no. A ver. A ver dónde está. Crash. Guitar, poder, pausas llegadas, pesos, detrás. Need for Speed, ¿no? Me gusta Need for Speed.
Hey! Whenever I make a video about kart racers now, people always seem to ask me for one game, Crash Team Racing. I understand, not only a lot of people have a lot of nostalgia for Crash, but CTR might actually be the best kart racer ever made. It's usually on the top of lists of the best kart racer games, in front of other giants like Mario Kart, Diddy Kong Racing, and Toy Story Racer. That one is really good, trust me. Everyone I knew growing up loved Crash, and for a good reason, so I decided to make a video on the Crash racing game everyone knows, Crash Nitro Kart. Okay, I know. Here he comes again, making jokes and not giving us the video we want. But CTR is still kinda fresh in my mind after I played it not so long ago. So I have to wait until it wears off so I can get a new perspective on it. So for now, I was curious to see why I didn't like Nitro Kart. I remember this being the CTR's younger brother that none of my friends cared about, and when I played it, I just didn't find it very appealing. So that's what we're doing today. We're gonna take a look at Crash Nitro Kart and see if I misjudged it, or is it actually the most boring game on planet Earth. Oh, also, one thing. This week was supposed to be Midnight Club 3, but because the game's so long and I didn't have enough time for it, it'll be pushed for next month. So make sure you subscribe if you haven't so you don't miss it. It's gonna be a good time. I know what you're gonna say. Blue Tag, you should make a video on crashing racing first. And I agree, I probably should. But I was really curious to see how this game was, so I decided to start with this one. Don't worry though, we will play CTR at some point. The story here is that one day, Crash and the team were chilling at their home when a strong light came from the sky. The light abducted them somewhere, and we then see that somewhere else in the world, Cortex is trying to come up with a new idea on how to defeat the Bandicoots. When the same light comes and abducts him, Tiny, and Engine, they are transported to some kind of coliseum in space and are introduced to the Emperor Vilo 27th, an alien who goes to different places gathering people and forcing them to race. Otherwise, he destroys their planet. Here we are free to select our team. We can pick from Team Bandicoot, which consists of Crash, Coco and Crunch, or from Team Cortex, containing Cortex, Engine and Tiny. They confront Vilo, who says they will be racing across 4 different worlds, and if they win, they can challenge the Galactic Champion for their freedom. Otherwise, if they refuse to race, he'll simply destroy Earth. The first world is Terra, a place that closely resembles Earth. You'll notice that it also resembles Crashing Racing a lot. You have a hub where you can drive around and select which races you want to play, each world having 4 different races, 3 different tracks, and a boss that you must race after you win the other 3. I think it's fair for us to talk about the visuals of this game to start. You know, there was something about the PS2 era of Crash games that always made me think, ew, whenever I saw him in games. My mind keeps telling me that Crash looks too round, and I know this is a heavy nitpick because it's still the same Crash from the PS1 but in HD. But if I had to point out the main reason I got pushed away from even giving this a fair chance, it would be the design. And if you're saying, oh, Blue Tag, that's a very stupid reason, let me remind you, dear viewer, that in Japan, Crash had a completely different design, a more rounded one, I might add, that they believed would appeal more to the Japanese people than the pointy design. The graphics actually don't look bad. There's a lot of cool details wherever you look at, like the moon in the hub having Vilo's face in it, the sun rays coming from the sky, or how the rain falls from below when you're upside down on this level. Small things like that are nice and really show that some care has been put into the game. If there's one thing I can say is crap, is some of the pictures of the characters they got. I mean, poor Crunch looks like he's been using his nose before getting into the race. Poor Red looks like he's sad for being forced to race, and let's just not talk about poor Dingo Dio here. You also get a huge variety on tracks here. There aren't a lot, again, it's only 3 per world, but the ones that are there always feel different from each other. No tracks play or look the same. If anything, I think the only problem is that a lot of it looks like they took too much inspiration from CTR, to the point where I even thought some of the tracks were the same ones, just ported to this game. Like Inferno Island, it has the same looks as the first level on CTR. This icy one, this one that's underwater, the one where the roads look like the one from Crash 3, every seems to be based off CTR, and I think that kinda holds this game back a bit. The gameplay here also isn't bad. The cars do feel a bit slow, but after you get the hang of it, you'll be flying through the levels, no problem. You have your shortcuts that are pretty advanced, just like in CTR, which is a very welcome return. They take timing and skill to get through, and missing them means that you'll probably be pushed back to last.
so the risk and reward is on point. The only weird thing when considering that is that the game is actually pretty easy. Not only the AI seems to wait for you near the finish line, but they also added a team mechanic to this game where, after charging your team meter, you can activate it and you'll get random items non-stop, which you can spend to get past your enemies. Not gonna lie, not a big fan of this one. It seems like they added it just to have something new to the game, but I honestly only used it like 4 times in the entire playthrough. It is not that useful because you get things like the cannonballs which explode on your second circle press, meaning you can't spam it too much, but again, most of the time you'll be in first place and far from your opponents. There's also the new addition of the magnetic tracks, where your wheels will turn sideways and you'll be able to drive on walls and upside down. I'm pretty sure it's on Mario Kart 8 now too, and I'll also be nitpicky here and say that it wasn't that fleshed out yet. Sometimes your car will bump into the road itself and slow you down, and the physics change a bit too much, making the game feel worse than just driving on the road. I mean, what's the point of having it if it's just worse? The music. The game features a composed soundtrack and they are pretty good. Every level has its own track composed by Todd Maston, who also works on SpongeBob Drops of Doom, Cars Racerama, and more recently, a game called Record, which I haven't played myself, but heard a lot of it.
Está bonito. Doble hit.
Prepara tus maletas para explorar lo mejor del Perú. Compra tus pasajes en latam.com y vive una aventura inolvidable disfrutando de la calidez, los sabores y paisajes de nuestro país. ¿Qué esperas? Tus mejores vacaciones comienzan viajando junto a Latam Airlines.
¿Listo para cobrar sin límites? Ofrece hasta 12 cuotas sin interés a tus clientes. Con Mercado Pago, tu negocio contará con el programa más robusto de cuotas sin interés del mercado. Juntos somos imparables. Empieza a cobrar hoy.
After winning every race in every world and defeating every boss, we finally get to challenge the Galactic Champion, Velo himself. He transforms the arena to become a racetrack, and we then start the last race. Velo drives you with 2 companions that keep throwing things at you during the race. This track would be my favorite, if it wasn't for the amount of jumps they added, where you can barely have any space to drift, and a lot of sections that are just driving straight because of it. But there's one of my favorite shortcuts in the game here, and trust me, you'll need it. It really seems like the whole difficulty was pushed to this race, and it shows. After you win, you get a cutscene of Velo congratulating you, saying you won your freedom. However, when Coco asks to be sent home, he says he can't do it, because he's gonna destroy it. The deal was that if they wanted their freedom, they would have to race. But because they won and stopped racing, he'll destroy Earth anyway. Of course, you then make a second challenge with him, where if you win again, he'll leave Earth alone. And here we go again. Beat the entire game again. 3 more times. Yeah, this game is not screwing around. Not only you have to go back and do all the races again, gathering the C and K letters hidden in all the tracks, but you also have to do all the races again in a time trial. And beat all the races again in different cups to then get a chance to race Velo again. It took me about 4 hours though. It's not that bad, but it would be better to at least have some extra tracks here. After winning again, Velo explodes in a wave of rage, revealing that he was a robot. The real Velo was a small alien creature that can't even hold his scepter. Crash then thinks of using it to become the new emperor, but decides that it would be too boring. He gives Velo back his scepter and they are sent back to Earth, being finally left alone. Until the next game, I guess. If you played with Team Cortex, however, you get a different ending where Cortex tries to use the scepter to go back to Earth, when it breaks and sends them to Terra instead. Tiny fixes the scepter and becomes the new king of the land, leaving them lost in their new home. I gotta say, this really wasn't too bad. Besides some nitpicks I have, the gameplay is still solid and fun. The biggest problem this game had was being a successor to Crash Team Racing. If you never played the original game, trust me, it's that good. I mean, at least from what I remember. Having to make a new game in a different platform with a completely new team, also being a new game that will no doubt be compared to what's considered by many the best kart racer of all time, is a hell of a challenge. But if you do your best to look at this game as its own, I'm sure you'll have a lot of fun with it. And yeah, I guess that's it for this one. If you enjoyed the video, make sure you leave a like. It really helps me a lot. And also a huge thank you for our new members, Churros101 and Taylor Ramsey. Being a member really helps me keep doing this video, so thank you so much. But yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Take care.
Qué desastre. ¿Dónde estaba el nitro? Sí he escuchado este juego, pero nunca lo he probado.
Huh. Interesting guy, that is. Hey, welcome! Feel free to join us in my den. Here we do all sorts of activities, such as playing shitty games, playing forgotten games, and sometimes we do play some good ones. Before you get in though, let me ask you something. Did you know it's Halloween? Yeah, this year went by quickly, I know, but I did notice you're not wearing any costumes. You know, looking like that is scary, but I wouldn't count as any type of costume. Also, this isn't any place that you can simply walk in anytime you want. You might get eaten alive by the other guys if they don't respect you, and that's something you gotta earn. Oh, me? Oh yeah, don't worry about me. I earned my place. Let me tell you a story. A story about what game I played this week. I wasn't sure what to play for Halloween, and I'm already making a playthrough of The Evil Within on my second channel. We'll start playing Alan Wake 2 and might do Metal Gear 2. But then what's left for me to play here? I thought about the sequel of The Suffering, but that didn't turn well as the game kinda sucked. So I thought I could play Carmageddon, but I wasn't a big fan, so then what? I once heard about this game called Nightmare Creatures, which a lot of people say it's the spiritual predecessor for Bloodborne. So I was interested. Could I, someone who never touched Bloodborne, be able to go through the entire so-called one of the hardest PS1 games? Only time could tell. So I picked up a copy and instantly fell in love with it. Oh, also, quick disclaimer, this video might come out in an awkward time since I saw 4 other channels I watch make videos on this same game. I promise, I started playing this before any of this happened and it's too late to turn back now. Our story begins as we watch the story of Adam Crowley, a scientist that experiments with dead bodies in search of knowledge and power, who then starts messing with black magic and becomes a sorcerer. The night he plans to unleash his creatures into the streets of London in hopes of destroying it is also the night you select your playable character. There's 2 of them. You can pick between Ignatius, who is said to be a man of God, someone who traveled the world combating evil, and Nadia, a biologist, a fencer, and a gymnast who knew fighting. I decided to play as Nadia, and you'll see that most of my gameplay will be playing as her, but I'll also show you some Ignatius gameplay. Let's start with the gameplay in this one, as it is something it took me a while to get the hang of. You can press square to attack with your sword, or X to attack with your feet. pressing them multiple times lets you combo the enemies you find. However, you'll notice that sometimes some enemies, like the zombies, come back to life whenever you down them. At first I thought this was just how the game works, but no. If you press up and square at the same time, you will lunge at the zombie and cut them in half, and then they wouldn't come back. And then I started noticing that I did some different combos by accident, and after looking up online I found that there's actually quite a bit of depth to the gameplay. It's not what you would expect from a Souls game, but still, you have to think before you approach the enemy. See their attack patterns, block, sidestep, and etc. You can find what people call chop-up combos in the game, which, if executed correctly, will instantly chop a character. It can be a little bit overpowered as they can't block it, but you still gotta do it right. Otherwise, you might just chop one of their hands off, and that's...
Hola Luis. No había visto tu mensaje. Seguimos.
If you can get to them before they spam you with attacks to death. Safe to say, impatience is your biggest enemy in this game. Besides the fighting, the game is pretty linear in most levels. You can move around with tank controls, strafe with L1 and R1, jump with triangle and use your items with R2. You can find items hidden in boxes or by defeating enemies. And there's actually a lot of them. Pretty useful stuff too. There are items to shoot enemies at a safe range, a gun that you can shoot while spinning to kill everyone around you, one that makes your enemies fight each other, pretty cool stuff. And every other level you get a boss fight that changes gameplay. The first boss took me a minute to understand as I did not expect to have any other interaction besides the monster itself, but after 30 minutes of being stupid I finally got it. You have to destroy the wooden pillars around them so they'll drop and hit. After that you can finally fight the monster itself, and just like the rest, got to figure out his patterns and counter each other. The music in this game is actually one of my favorite parts. I'm already a sucker for sounds, but this one was definitely a treat. Besides not having a lot to do. You get mostly an ominous soundtrack for the background while you move through the levels, and it definitely sets you in the mood for when a monster jumps out of a wall to get you, which actually happens a lot in this game. It really doesn't stop trying to scare you until the last level, and it's pretty effective. Especially recently, I've noticed that a lot of horror games stop trying to be scary after a while and focus more on gameplay, but this one always keeps you on your toes, not only because you're gonna be jump scared if you're not expecting it.
Perfecto. Perfecto. Estoy tratando de conseguir esto, todos los dinosaurios. Heavy machine gun. Así que tengo que farmear bastante. Aumenta el combo. ¿Cuánto está? 20.000. Tengo las... y lanzallamas, ok. Vamos a comprar la tarjeta. Escudo, eso sí no sé. Ok, seguimos.
But you'll also die because of the amount of damage you take if you don't block. But then you get to the boss fights, and the music completely changes to this.
Ay, no tengo.
It is awesome. The soundtrack was composed by El Mobo, who's been a composer since '89 and apparently came back to make the sequel too, so I'm hoping it's gonna be just as good. And the graphics, now, whenever I was a kid, I used to hate what people call screen crunch. Like when you get Sonic for the Genesis and crunch the whole thing to fit in the Game Boy Advance screen. I understand the reason for it, you want everything to look just as good with less pixels, but I would always pick the less good looking version of a game if it meant that I wouldn't lose half of the field of view. That being said, this game has very big characters. I mean, there's parts in this game where they basically fill the whole screen. However, this wasn't without purpose. It makes you hear that ominous soundtrack from before, and then move carefully through the level, expecting anything to jump at you from behind a wall. It makes you feel claustrophobic, and that's a good thing. Whenever you get into a fight, the game changes the camera and makes the character focus on the enemy. And there's a very cool effect that happens that now I think has more to do with the camera than anything, where the backgrounds get really dark, making you feel even more claustrophobic during fights. Like you can't see what's hiding in the dark right behind you. And the monster designs, I really loved it for the most part. While there are a few that I think just look a bit goofy, some of them look terrifying and I couldn't imagine me playing this as a kid. There's zombies, werewolves, spiders, weird insects, and you then also get weird creatures like these red demons, banshees, and this weird monster that lives in the water. And spoiler alert for now, when you get to the end of the game going after Adam Crowley this whole time, he drinks his last potion, which turns him into a monster, and you then have to fight him while the city burns around you. It is really sick and extremely hard. I think it took me longer than any other level to beat him. Even when I got to cheese him in the corner of the map, he wouldn't die. I did end up beating him, however, and I can safely say that after chopping his head off, something happens that definitely let us know that there will be a sequel. After beating the game, I started looking on.
O sea, lo que me falta ahora solo es el comprar todos los dinosaurios del Dino Coliseo y después eliminar al Ultra Raptor. Y ya está masterizado el juego ya.
Online and found that there's actually a really awesome community behind this game. There's a website called nightmarecreatures.net that has everything about the game, from characters to monsters, strategies, cheat codes, and even a message board that sadly doesn't seem to work anymore. But people online seem to really praise this game and still ask for either a sequel or at least a remaster, both of which apparently did happen but were cancelled. And after finishing the game, you also unlock a cheat code that lets you play as the monster, so there's your replayability. I think it's just something cool that they added last minute, as there's parts that you can't get through unless you take some damage, but it's cool nonetheless. But in the end, I can safely say I'm a fan now. This game is incredibly underrated and at the hands of Ubisoft now, so I doubt we will ever see another game from this series, but hey, one can hope, I guess. But yeah, I don't think you're gonna get in today. There's a lot you need to do before getting inside and you might find something you won't like in there. But try again next week. Did you hear that?
Voy a comprar el otro arma porque no me está funcionando esto. Muy lento para matarlos. Lanzamisiles no. Esta. Vamos a grabar. También necesito un combo de 20 para... un combo de 20 para desbloquear los Ultra Raptors, así que... Hagamos esto. Y continúo viendo los videos. Se pone lenta. Vamos a farmear, solo hay 16 acá. Aso. ¡Ah! Diablos. Avancé. Ahora mi preocupación es de que pierda el combo. Ah, se murieron todos. Ok, bueno, eso es un combo de 3. Ok. Se supone que van a salir los velociraptors. Y esta arma no es suficiente. No, ya que está limpio esto. $35.600. Muertos, ok. Veamos si acá puedo sacar más. Hay más. Yep. Se extinguieron. $22.400. ¿Qué hora son las 12? Más para ¡ah! Levántese. Casi pierdo todo. Nos vamos. ¡Ah! ¡Ah! ¿Por qué no compré la armadura? Ítem esto. Más agua. Ya, se extinguieron. Ok. 22, 32. 32. Media vuelta, último intento. El nivel del agua lo voy a pasar directo, no voy a farmear nada. Casi. 20. ¿Y no? Dios. Listo. La llave. Ah, está de broma. Suelta. Oh, no, estoy sangrando. Va. De armas no. Magazine. Esto necesito. Recovery. Ya no. Ah, ya no, ya. Ay, reverendo. La reverenda contraseña. Dino Crisis. Su password. A ver, 2350. $30.51. $54.20. $52.10. $14.52. Ok. Momento, vuelvo enseguida. Ok, ahora sí. Seguimos viendo video. Mucho Need for Speed. Lucha Libre. Radio Miss Lethal Company. Race Mania. My Favorite Sonic.
Todo empieza con una mirada y somos un banco que te ve. Banco Falabella. Hablamos mirándote a los ojos.
hell, today's one of those days. Nothing to do, nothing to play, games keep getting more boring each day, and I'm stuck inside this house. If only I drew a door instead of a window. Ow. What is this?
Super Nintendo.
Top Gear? I do have a Super Nintendo, but my TV isn't one of those old CRT dinosaurs anymore. There's no way for me to play right now. Okay, this is normal.
Hey, idiot! You want to play Top Gear but you can't connect your Super Nintendo to your new flat screen TV? Well, guess what? Now you can buy the Top Racer collection directly from Steam and play it on your PC, Xbox, PlayStation, or wherever your heart desires. It has 4 games, all those juicy shaders, a banging soundtrack, and the best part, it's out right now. So get your wallet ready and show us how much you love old video games. Top Gear Racer Collection is not responsible for any accidental or intentional deaths caused during gameplay.
Oh, well, isn't that a beauty? Where's my wallet?
Wow. Really? Alright.
Ow. I think the best way to talk about the series is to start by the first alone and then slowly make our way to the other ones. I played the hell out of the original game growing up, but I don't think I played much of the sequel and definitely didn't play the third game, but I'll explain why in their time. Right now, we got to focus on what started it all. Lotus Spirit Challenge. Yeah, I bet you weren't expecting that one. This game is basically the grandfather of Top Gear. It was developed by Magnetic Fields and published by Gremlin Graphics, who afterwards apparently became a developer too, because it says that they were the ones who developed Top Gear and the publisher is Chemical. So yeah, I have no idea. Nostalgia doesn't really come to mind when talking about this game because I've never touched the Lotus series. It had 3 games, all 3 of them released to the Amiga, the Atari ST, the Commodore 64, and even the Amstrad CPC. Yeah, that one doesn't really look very good, but at least it doesn't sound like the Atari version. But come on, that's not what you came here for. You came here for Top Gear, the most badass of the racing games from the 4th generation of consoles. So let's not waste any more time and get into this one.
Aha.
If you played these games before, you'll quickly notice that the menu is completely different. That was done by Qbyte Interactive, who was kind enough to give me the game for free so I could make a video on it. So for the sake of transparency, I'm already letting you know. From here, you get into the game, select the car you want to drive.
¿Qué demonios?
Cannibal, Sidewinder, Razor, Weasel? The cars have names? Growing up, we just used to call them by their colors, but after checking the manual, they are right. The cars do have names. Of course, it's not just the colors though. Each car has a different top speed, acceleration, tire grip, and fuel consumption, which, at least for me at the time, was really awesome. And trust me, this is still cool because it can completely change the way you play the game. And we're going with the Weasel. We start in Las Vegas, USA, and here you get your first taste of the music in this game. From what I understand, the music is mostly taken from the Lotus series, which was done by a guy named Barry Leach, who is still around and recently made some more songs for another series called Horizon Chase Turbo, which of course is a spiritual successor to Top Gear. I mean, how cool is that? I just have to keep bashing on this key and tell you that the music in this game is amazing. All of the songs became so iconic that it has been used in mods, played in real life, and has even been used as background music for videos. I'm gonna go fully into every single game, but I'm gonna play 3 games in those 1 and 2 and I'll give you my first thoughts. Hey, that's me! But of course, the game can't just be music. After all, you could just get an MP3 player instead if that was the case. You can accelerate with Y, yes, Y of all buttons, E to use nitrous, which you have 3 in this game, and X to brake. Something you may have noticed is that there is a second player on the screen. That is not someone else playing with me. The game is split screen only, meaning that even if you don't have a friend to play with you, the game will display another racer below you. I have no idea why that is, but it's not too bad. It's like a rival that you can always keep an eye out for. And he's actually pretty good besides the fact that he never uses his nitrous. Like, ever. If you go back to the original Lotus series, you'll notice that they also had half of the screen for the gameplay. So I thought it maybe had something to do with that, but sadly, I couldn't find anything about it. Someone mentioned that it might have been something to do with them wanting to have multiplayer, and the best way to do it in terms of performance was doing it like that, but don't quote me on it. Also, the same happened in other games, one good example being Mario Kart for the SNES. Still, no idea why that is. And trust me, later on this definitely hurts the game. I never noticed it too much, but when you pay attention to how much the performance drops whenever there's 2 players on the screen, the difference is tremendous. Like, look at this. The game has a choppy frame rate whenever there's a lot on screen, but then if one of the players goes into the pit stop, the game runs just fine. But again, that's not too bad. And talking about the pit stops, that's one of the most fun parts of this game. Sometimes you get these long races with lots of laps, and slowly you run out of gas. So you must figure out when is the best moment to get into a pit stop to refill your gas. When you do, however, your opponents can gain on you, so there is some strategy to that. If you do run out of gas, it's not always the end of the race though, as you can still be pushed to the finish line if you're lucky. Or if you have a good friend as the second player. Hitting stuff will also deplete your gas, so be careful how you drive. In this game, you run through 8 different countries, each having 4 different tracks. And for some reason, one of the countries is South America, which includes Mexico. I really don't know. Anyway, Top Gear is a good start for the series in my opinion. It was always my favorite growing up, and even though it's a very simple game, it's also peak couch co-op. Just get a friend, give this one a shot. I'm sure you'll have a fun time. Oh, especially now that you can play online thanks to this re-release. I played with my friends, and even though we were very far away from each other, we were still able to have a smooth session in these games. But now, let's move to Top Gear 2, the sequel to Top Gear, obviously. Growing up, like I said, I always loved the original, but I was never the biggest fan of the sequel. I couldn't exactly pinpoint why, but I knew this game was too hard for me as a kid, and after giving it a second chance, let me tell you, this is easily the most punishing game in the series. And this one also goes insane with the soundtrack. I simply love how this game sounds. Just listen to this. It is definitely a different take when compared to the original game. I wouldn't say it's better or worse, just different. You can now choose the color of your car, which doesn't change anything in it. However, you can upgrade your car to have a better engine, better nitrous, better gearbox, better armor in the front, rear or sides, and better wet and dry tires. So unlike the last game, this one has some very good progression for you to get through. You start with a crappy car, which I still can't win a race on, and must keep qualifying to the next races to get more money and keep upgrading your car. I think what you will notice instantly when you boot up this game is that you only get one screen now, which to this day still feels weird to me considering I got used to having a second player at all times in the bottom. This one still has co-op though, so feel free to invite a friend over, or just play it online. One weird choice that I really don't get is that you still have gas that runs out in this game, but no pit stops at all. Maybe they thought that it was too frustrating to accidentally miss a pit stop in the first game and have your whole championship ruined because of it, but I think it was a very cool addition to the gameplay and I really disagree on that decision. I swear throughout this game, I didn't run out of gas once. I don't even know what happens when you do. But it is still extremely fun to race and build your car throughout the game. You have some collectibles on the road now, which are usually extra money, extra nitrous, or a boost for a few seconds, which can definitely make you run out of the road.
Encontrar tu paquete en latam.com suma millas para unas nuevas vacaciones. Encuentra todo para tu viaje en latam.com y acumula millas Latam Pass para canjearlas por unas nuevas vacaciones.
Compras un collar. Ganas un momento único.
Ven y regala los mejores gustos de Navidad en Miniplaza. Encuéntrate con el espíritu de las fiestas junto a nosotros.
Odio el nivel
Regala
del
lo
agua.
mejor.
Lo odio.
I talked about the difficulty before, and that comes from one main factor: car damage. Whenever you are too fast, it is more difficult to make turns, obviously. But I swear, I played through this entire game and I couldn't figure this out. Sometimes I'm going too fast, so I can't turn enough and end up hitting a wall. So the next lap, I slow down, but I still hit the wall. So the next lap, I slow down even more, and I still can't turn enough. But then if I try it again, sometimes I don't even have to slow down before the turn. It is confusing to say the least, and I'd love an explanation if anyone got this game figured out. The more you hit the walls, the more your car gets damaged, and the more your car gets damaged, the slower your car runs. Hence why you should buy the armor. There were races in this game where I did so bad my car wouldn't go faster than this, with some real life tracks that I wouldn't know the name of, but it's very cool, but again, very hard. Also, I didn't mention this before, but there are different weather conditions in these games, and I just love racing at night, especially in this one. It just looks so cool. I think Top Gear 2 is a worthy successor for the original game. It changes a lot, but it holds the same feel of the first game. It adds customization, progression, more tracks, more difficulty, and Mexico is still in South America for some reason. I wonder if they will get that right in the third game. Oh, also, here's the ending for the second game, which I never saw before today.
México en Sudamérica. Vaya.
Now, you must be thinking, okay, time for Top Gear 3, right? Wrong. There is no Top Gear 3. The next entry in the series is Top Gear 3000. What happened to the other 2,998 games? I have no idea. But as the name suggests, this game takes place in the future, and it's a very different kind of game to be in the series. The story goes that once in every millennium, one of the greatest events in the galaxy begins. It is a race. A car race. It starts at the furthest reaches of the galaxy and ends at the center, for the winner reaches beyond belief. Knowledge of the race is passed from generation to generation. The identity of the organizer has been lost through the mists of time, or maybe it has never been known. But even the youngest child knows on a certain date, all he has to do is look to the skies for a sign. The time has arrived. You are in the race. Good luck. Holy crap, none of this was ever in any of the other games. I always really enjoyed sci-fi stuff, so having a racing game with sci-fi story like this is definitely very welcome. But yeah, as you can probably tell, this one definitely took a turn from the grounded series and real-life tracks. Now we race in different systems and different planets, but still with rubber touching the pavement. I think the old ways are just way too perfect to be replaced. This game also took a turn when talking about the gameplay. Again, we have roads and cars touching the ground, but if you played F-Zero before, you'll notice something familiar. Instead of having pit stops where you have to stop and refill your gas, you have to run over a red charging pad and recharge your electric engine, and the blue one to fix your car when you hit too many walls. By that, you can probably tell how hard this is gonna be. The cars also feel way heavier now, which is strange that they decided to go for more realistic handling in the least realistic game. It took me a minute to get used to this one, but it definitely grew on me. I didn't own this game on the Super Nintendo and only really knew about its existence way after when playing games on emulators. But sadly, for some reason, it ran so bad that it was unplayable. So I always simply assumed that it was a bad game. That couldn't be further from the truth though, as this might actually be objectively the best game in the series. The game continued the progression system from the last game, so you start with a crappy car and slowly make your way up by buying upgrades and winning races. One big difference in this game, however, is that later in the game you start unlocking power-ups, which at first I thought it was a bit weird, but ended up being extremely useful. You have the jump power-up, which does exactly that. It lets you jump over obstacles, cars, and can also be used to collect some money throughout some of the races. The magnet, which lets you connect to another car and gives you lots of acceleration. It's almost like the drafters from Need for Speed Carbon if you play that one. The boost, of course. which isn't exactly a power-up, but since it's in the same slots as them, I'll count it as it. Warp, which when used makes your car warp forwards, skipping a chunk of the race, meaning that it can be very useful to skip parts you're always having trouble with. And the infrared. This game goes crazy with the weather types, taking place in different planets and systems, so in some levels visibility will be insanely bad. Infrared lets you see in those areas, which isn't an active power-up that can completely change the way you play the races, but is still very useful later in the game. Trust me, you'll need it. And another addition to this game, which I thought it was awesome, is that you have different paths to take in some of the races. Sometimes you get a shorter path and a longer one, the shorter path being faster of course, but the longer path having the charging pads we talked about before. So it makes you think, can you make another lap without recharging your car? Is the time save worth being so close to losing the championship? And you have to think about all of that while making turns at 470 kilometers per hour. That's like 300 miles per hour to my fellow weirdos. Trust me on this one. This game gets insanely hard by the end of it, to the point where you'll be using all of your power-ups in a single race. The sense of speed is insane though, something you wouldn't expect from a Super Nintendo game, and I love it. However, the only issue I have is that I'm not sure how I feel about the music. Yes, the first two games are nostalgic to me, and maybe that's the main reason why I love the soundtrack so much, but this one seems to be way more chill. I don't know how to explain it, so I'll just let you listen to it and make your own conclusion.
Hell yeah.
Don't get me wrong, I love the music that plays on the results screen, for example, but overall I think it's a step back from what we had before. At the end of the game, a giant ship comes and abducts our car while we get a message. Superb. You are the true champion of the ultimate challenge in the galaxy. As you enter the alien craft, you are filled with a sense of awe. You sense a presence.
Ah. Estás de broma. Primera vez que me pasa algo así.
What? What do you mean? Who was that? Was it Samus? I guess we'll never know. That was the ending for the hard difficulty. If you play on easy or medium, you won't even see that thing. I guess it's cool to keep the kids talking about it, but it kinda sucks that we never got any explanation or any more contact with it to know what everything is about. Overall, again, I believe this one is objectively the best game in the series. Is it my new favorite? Maybe. Only time will tell. It added back the gas mechanic, a damage recharge one, power-ups, and most of the levels are beautiful. The ones you can see anyway. I can't wait to go back in the future and play it again. There is one major issue I have with it that I have to mention. The game has 4-player split screen, which is awesome, but this re-release only has online multiplayer for 2. I don't know why that is, but I got 3 friends to play with me, and the silence on our Discord call when we noticed that we couldn't play together was the saddest thing ever. You can still use the Steam Remote Play thingy to play together, but it was way more laggy than just using the multiplayer component. One cool thing that you get when getting this collection though is that you get an extra game. Well, kind of. It's a game called Top Gear Crossroads. Wow. It's basically a mod for the original Top Gear game that adds cars from the Horizon Chase series for you to play. Again, the tracks and everything is basically the same, but you get 4 new cars, the Alpha, the Carmen, the Twilight, and the Firma, which a lot of you might not understand, but it's based off the Fiat Uno, which became a meme in Brazil a while back, because it's probably the most popular car companies will use for their jobs. And it has the faster acceleration in the game, of course. Again, it's a cool addition, but definitely not the reason why you'd buy this one. In the end, I really hope this video piqued your curiosity about these games, and if it did, I highly recommend that you go back a bit and try these games out. Again, another huge thank you to Cubite Interactive for giving me this game for free so I could make this video on for you guys. And I highly recommend that you check out not only this game, but their other published games. They have some awesome underrated games that definitely deserve their own light. And of course, a huge thank you to you. Yes, you. I know this video took a while to come out, but I hope it was worth the wait. And a special thank you for everyone that is still a member in the channel. Thank you so much for helping me keep the channel alive and kicking. And yeah, I hope to see you in the next one.
Muy lento.
Take care.
Ya casi está. Oh. Revise todo. No le des.
Descubre y siente la diferencia del nuevo Poet Alegra tu día. Llena tu taza de frescura y energía con un aroma intenso y duradero. Nuevo Poet Alegra tu día. Siente la diferencia y una fragancia única.
Ya comenzaron
Ay.
los días Falabella. 40% de descuento en miles de productos de vestuario, calzado y accesorios. Adelanta la Navidad, compra hoy y paga a partir de enero sin intereses. Exclusivo con CMR, solo en Falabella.
Hey. First of all, take a seat and let me tell you a story. A big part of my gaming knowledge comes from having cousins that had the newest video games and going to their houses to see what's the new big thing they got so I could buy it in the future. It was almost like a video game test drive when you think about it. I once went to this cousin's house who already had a PlayStation 3 when I was still playing Most Wanted on my PS2, and I played a game with him called Fuel. This was a time when video games hit very differently to me. I enjoyed playing open world games and being able to just drive around all day without an objective. And I remember driving around the map of this game and asking myself, wow, does this map have an end? And from 99% of the videos you see online, this is usually all people talk about, the map of this game. If you didn't know, it was known to have one of the biggest maps in gaming history, and after learning that on the internet years later, I decided to download the game on PC and see how the game held up. Now, keep in mind, I know my way around the internet. I'm fine admitting I've been pirating games since the 2000s, burning my own DVDs, downloading games I found interesting from the internet, and of course I had my fair share of viruses. But I learned from it. Fuel isn't the most popular game out there, however, which means I had to go beyond the first Google page to find it. I was able to find the game, however. I don't remember which website it was, but everything seemed legit. The game wasn't some 200 kilobyte executable file or anything. I had the folder with all the files and everything. But then I decided to start the game. Picture this. My computer screen blinks, something normal for games that run in full screen, but then it never showed any image of it. I turned off my computer, turned it back on, and guess what? My computer refused to turn on again. This was a time where I also wasn't prepared for this, so I had no USB stick with Windows on it, no second PC to download it again, so I just sat there thinking that the toilet water had finally hit me in the butt. I had to spend 2 weeks without my PC until I had the money to go to a cyber cafe just to get a bootable USB stick that could fix my computer again. Now you may ask, why am I telling you this? Because in June 2023, someone called Potatos asked me for a video on this game, and I ran from it as far as I could. I got traumatized by a forgotten game that to this day has like one recent review that came after its launch, and I wasn't going to be the one to kill my computer again for it. But times change, and clearly that changed too, because now I got the files from some random person over the internet to make a video on it. Is it safe? Absolutely not. However, can you buy the game from some online store? Also no. So here it is, everyone. Welcome to the world of Fuel. We start with a cutscene of the narrator telling us that the weather basically destroyed the Earth, and while most people fled from it, others decided to stay. The cutscene on itself is awesome, just some people racing while natural disasters keep happening all around them. Just so cool. And we are then quite literally dropped into the very same world we just saw and race against 7 other people. And from that, I think it's safe to talk about the gameplay first. Oh man, the gameplay. Now, look. From all the 3 videos on the internet that have ever been made about this game, everyone seems to find the handling of the vehicles just mediocre, but I thought it was actually pretty good. Throughout the game, you get a total of 75 vehicles to play with, meaning that this is not only a car game, as you have probably seen already, but you can also find bikes, ATVs, buggies, muscle cars, SUVs, trucks, and some other stuff like a drag car and a hovercraft. And I cannot believe I'm gonna say this, but the cars in this game, which is something I thought Codemasters would make sure played nice, have the worst gameplay in the entire game. Hell, I'd go as far as saying it's as bad as something like Super Street the game. Most cars have absolutely no weight to them, and ended up just feeling like some last addition to it because they had some extra time in their hands. Just by looking at it, you can probably see what I mean. It's like you installed some mod in the game that didn't have cars in them. The rest of the vehicles, however, are something completely different. I love playing bikes and ATVs in this game. Not only that, even things that I never thought I'd be into were extremely fun, like gigantic trucks, because why the hell not? Being in a post-apocalyptic world means that you won't find much besides destroyed barns, dead animals, lots of hills and trees. So of course there's gonna be a lot of off-roading, and in my opinion, that's where this game shines the most. I am not the biggest off-roading fan. You're not gonna catch me playing SnowRunner in my free time instead of a Need for Speed game or anything like that. But this game made me love it, especially with ATVs. The way your character moves around to compensate the fact that you're 90 degrees on a cliff, the way the suspension of the vehicles realistically compress and decompress when you're running in the middle of nowhere, and honestly, it just feels right. That's pretty much for how the gameplay works. It's nothing special, it's just simple, but it really works for you. That is, until you're talking about the cars. Really, you just gotta play it for yourself to see how bad it is. The graphics are just fine. I checked other games released in 2009 while making this video, and it doesn't seem to be anything special. The game sometimes has the yellow filter we all love, some nice dirt effects on the screen the more your vehicle gets dirty. The render distance is pretty bad. Like whenever you unlock a new part of the map, you get this cutscene showing you how different the new place is. And even then, the devs decided not to give the render distance an upgrade, so you can see everything popping up even on those cutscenes. That is something I thought was pretty bad. The camera is something that I love in this game, however. If you use the default camera like I did, you get a dynamic camera that focuses on the lower back of your vehicle and shifts to the side whenever you turn. So if you turn right, the camera will also shift to the right, so you can see what's ahead of you. I don't know about you guys, but I thought that looked pretty awesome. And if you remember well, other games did the same. Even recently, Need for Speed 2015 has something like that as a default camera that everyone instantly changed when getting into the game. But in my opinion, it gets points for doing something different. Love that. I think this is where I should start talking about the thing that everyone knows about this game, which is the map. But if you didn't know, I'll give you a quick explanation. This game has an insanely big map. If you've ever seen one of those videos comparing maps from different games and their sizes, you probably spotted Fuel somewhere there. After games like Red Dead Redemption 2, GTA 5, Test Drive Unlimited 2, and yes, even The Crew. Quick reminder that this game was released in 2009 on consoles. That means the Xbox 360 and PS3. 14.4 thousand kilometers squared in a single disc without any loading screens. You can literally just drive the entire map non-stop while listening to your favorite music and forget life exists. That, of course, would...
Ah, qué momento, vamos a concentrarnos en esto. No, no vamos con el resurrección por acá. Ay, ay, ay. Pensé que podía farmear acá, pero... Está pesado. Oh, diablos, ¿por qué tan rápido? corre. Casi. Goodbye combo. Okay. Ah, shoot. No pensé que iban a salir dos de ese lado. Son 1000 puntos. ¿Qué? No te pases. Levántese. Ah. Estaba bien y me confié. Pero ya sé más o menos qué tengo que hacer. ¿Qué? Demonios. Solo uno. Ah. One more. Tú, 1000, haber hecho unos 10, 10.000, 20. Ah. Como un tonto me detengo a tocar. Combo. What the? No te pases. ¿Listo? Ok. Falta este escenario. Más rápido. Ok, sigamos porque además. Ah. ¿Hay más? Ok. Ah. No. El arco de acá. Ah. Adiós, ya no hay más. Ah. 47. Más o menos. Ok, vamos por la... Triceratops. Uf. Ok, podemos seguir con esto.
Take a long time. I saw this video by How Big Is the Map where he drove from the southeast of the map to the northwest and it took him a total of 2 hours.
2 hours.
Todo empieza con una mirada. Y somos un banco que te ve. Banco Falabella. Hablamos mirándote a los ojos.
Para mí lo más importante son mis clientes y mantener mi negocio impecable. Por eso solo uso Clorox, que limpia, desinfecta y además es la única lejía aprobada para la prevención del crecimiento de bacterias hasta por 48 horas. Y así mañana todo limpio. Por eso en Clorox yo confío.
So, I cannot even begin to imagine someone who has the balls to go all around it. It's actually insane. That doesn't come without its downsides, however, as if you're looking for a map full of details and little secrets, you'll be extremely disappointed. The game does have collectibles and things that you can unlock throughout the map, like vehicle liveries, clothing for your character, and apparently there's also some procedurally generated fuel barrels, which can show up anywhere on the map and give you some extra currency, which, yes, fuel is this game's currency. Oh, I like this car, can I buy it from you? Yes sir, it's gonna be 7.5 fuels. Can I give her a change in roadkill? However, like we saw in the introduction video, there's a lot of hazards and different gliders you'll see throughout the game. You might get into a race and see this ominous red glare from behind the hills, which you can't really tell if it's the forest fire or just the sun going. Another time you'll see a purple dawn that looks amazing for some more chill music. Then it's raining. Then it becomes a storm. Then it becomes a sandstorm. And then you get tornadoes that start destroying the entire map even more and throwing cars at you, and even other racers. It gets really insane. This is something that I've only ever seen in this game, and honestly, I think the map is really underrated, as people always just say, yeah, it's big, but it's so empty, which of course is true, but there's so much more to it at the same time. Here's something I really hate about this game. The AI. You know, it's been a minute since I broke anything in my setup because of how excruciatingly hard the game is. Last time I think it happened was when Cuphead launched and I broke a crappy PC controller I had. But when you start getting new things, more expensive peripherals, you start to realize the mess you're gonna be in if you break something. So instead the AI just leaves you tweaking in place because you don't want to have to edit videos with your mouse. One thing that bothered me in this game was the fact that there's no look back button, which I thought was weird. I mean, you can move your camera around, but it takes so long that you probably end up in a wall trying to look backwards, and I didn't understand why. Why doesn't a racing game let me look backwards and see what my opponents are doing? Seems like an obvious feature to have in a game like this, right? Well, I played the entire game in the highest difficulty because I'm that good, but later in the game you start noticing that the AI isn't really racing against you. It almost has a set path that it follows, and if you're not looking at it, it's gonna do impossible things just to keep up with you. Or, if they're too far ahead, they'll do impossible things just to stay ahead of you, just because you don't have a clear line of sight to it. I first noticed this in a race later in the game where there's a turn where the AI really struggles with and tries to cut it short, but there's a small inclined hill that you couldn't really get up without some decent speed, so they would just get stuck there. However, the exact moment you lost sight of the opponents, they would just do this. That was my first taste of what was coming, because holy mother of God, you have no idea how insane this becomes in certain races in this game. At some points in the game, you'll have these races that are almost like closed circuits, and that's where the AI goes haywire. First, you'll notice that the first 4 or so points will get an insane boost at the beginning of the race, and then you'll notice if you lose sight of them, especially in the races with slower cars, means that you will not see them anymore. They'll simply fly through the track perfectly at insane speeds and will skip any type of hazards that you might have to hit throughout the race. It took me so long to beat this specific race where it's a small track with huge trucks and the AI just wouldn't let me get to the first place because it always got stuck in the first damn turn. It was really annoying. Like I said before, you got some customization of your characters and vehicles, but it's not very deep. It's cool, but shallow. You have some choices of helmets, tops, bottoms, which you can change the design of and colors, but there isn't a lot. Same goes to the vehicles, some different choices of colors, but that's about it. Some vehicles you can only unlock by finding them in the open world, going to them and hitting them. And with the size of the map and the amount of unlockables, well, good luck getting to 100%. If you did, I have a lot of respect for you already. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. A game like this, set in a post-apocalyptic world, wouldn't work without a banging soundtrack to go with it. And Fuel, of course, has dropped the ball harder than I've ever seen any other game do with that. The soundtrack was done by Mr. Lionel Payet, and I don't mean to be rude, and I'm definitely not doubting his sound and musical skills, but holy crap. This game has the most generic soundtrack I've ever heard in my entire life. I swear, I thought the game had at best 3 songs because every time I started a race, I heard the exact same song over and over and over. It's weird because the music feels like it was supposed to fit anywhere no matter what you're doing on the map, so you can basically put the music of this game over any other and it still feels generic, but it works. I really don't know what happened here. Apparently Fuel wasn't supposed to be the game it is, but another game called Grand Raid Off-Road, and it didn't even have a lot of marketing behind it. My personal theory is that the game didn't get the attention they wanted, so it just became something else, got slapped with some generic things to fill the rest of the game up and forgot about it. Overall, I think it's easier to talk about what Fuel could have been than what it actually is. It would be a dream of mine to have a sequel to this game come out, fully fleshed out with a map with more things to explore that is not just driving to point A or B to unlock things, but with stuff that's interesting to look around for. It honestly feels like it is the bones of one of the best racing and exploration games ever made, but it falls short when it comes to polish, which, well, fits the whole atmosphere of the game. It reminds me a lot of the feelings I always had for the Stalker series. Now, is it worth playing? I believe it is, but at the same time I don't think it's a game that everyone will enjoy playing. I can see some people getting bored after 5 minutes and it's completely understandable, but it took me 10 hours to beat the career mode only and I could not stop playing it even though I could see how much was missing from it. If you do decide to play this game, I highly advise you to check out the PC Gaming Wiki's field page, so you can get a fix for things like the AI, the render distance, and even some other minor stuff like being able to move your camera around in a decent way. But you tell me, have you ever played Fuel? And if you did, what's your opinion on it? I am genuinely curious as there's barely any videos from it online. But anyway, I hope you enjoyed this one, and as always, a huge thank you to every member that is supporting the channel. Like I always say, it means a lot that you're still around to watch me talk about video games, and I really appreciate your support. And of course, another thank you to you who is still watching to the end of the video. Thank you. And yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Take care.
Volviendo frustrante. Ya falta poco. Vamos a ver si consigo todo. Veamos. Un momento, ¿cuánta? Ya casi. What the hell? Ah. Sabes que mejor me puedo. ¡Ay! Muy bien, espera. Motherfucker. Ah. Vamos. Combo. Ah. Para empujarla. Vaya a volar. Ok. Diablos.
Damage confirmed at oversized transport area. Immediate shutdown. Activating anti-satellite. Operate control panel to open communication line to satellite. Communication line is now connected.
Ah. No le apuntó. Ah.
Oversized transport area. Immediate shutdown. Activating anti-satellite. Operate control panel to open communication line to satellite. Communication line is now connected.
¡Ey, suelta! ¿Estás de broma?
Target is set.
Hello. Hey. ¿En serio? ¿Qué pasa si cambio de arma?
Oversized transport area. Immediate shutdown. Activating anti-satellite. Operate control panel to open communication line to satellite. Communication line is now connected.
What the?
Target is set.
Fantasy. Adiós.
Commencing attack.
Pierde acá. Ok, no vamos. Ya, llegamos al final.
It's okay. Regina!
Are you alright?
Yeah, we don't have much time left. Let's use this gate and get out of here. Whoa! Paula! No! No!
Paula. Dylan, what are we gonna do? If we don't go now, we'll never get back.
Regina, the gate is open. I know you don't want to, but you have to go back by yourself. I won't leave Paula.
Are you crazy?
Just go, please. You have the third energy data, right? When you get back to our original time, use the data to learn about third energy. Then build a perfect gate and come pick us up for the last time.
Dylan. I will. I promise.
Final warning. 10 seconds to detonation.
Don't forget, you still owe me one.
Well then, you better get back quick.
Oh, no. Ah. It's not over. No. Sí, me faltan. Y me falta más o menos. Quiero ver cuánto necesito. 15. 150. A las 150.000. 150.000. 400.000. 600.000. Y ahora acaba de gastarme unos 400.000. Wow. Tengo que farmear bastante. Bastante. Y me da ganas de usar un hack o algo porque ya... Ah. O sea, 150, 600.000. Ya que alguien puso en 2 o 3 jugadas, no ahorita más. Ah. ¿Dónde está? No hay por qué está tan cortado. Ah, ya. O sea, al final lo que hice fue sacar más dinosaurio nomás. A ver. Vaya. $600. Son casi como 2 partidas más. Ah, lástima. Son 250. Son 250. Yo ahora me he comprado 180, 310. Claro, pues 310, 490. En esta partida me saqué unos 490. Yo necesito 600, o sea, volver a hacer esto y una partida más, 2 partidas. O una sola partida, pero farmeando todo. Pero ya sé que necesito 600. Bueno. Suficiente por ahora. Y bastante ya. Bueno, nos vemos.